My lord, you will see that this affidavit was disposed last year. Kwabeni's affidavit was obtained in 2020. So Kwabeni came first, and the issues that we discussed with him are contained in his statement. So Constable Zungu's statement of his recollection of what happened on that day came a year later. I mean, almost 2020 to 2023, 3 years later, my lord.
Okay, what led you to speak to Kwabini first before you received the statement?
It was investigations, my lord. After the name came up in the course of the investigations.
Is it also correct that you interviewed the author of the statement in 2019? Which is Constable Zungu.
I wouldn't call it an interview, my lord. I would call it an engagement. As I've said, he came to the National Commissioner's office saying he's got information. That was the initial call about the death of the deceased. Subsequent to that, we met, then he refers to the father. So it was not, I didn't have anything to interview him on. I was more receiving information from him. That's how it was, all the way until we met his father on the 17th of November 2019.
In those engagements between yourselves and Constable Zungu, did he mention that he saw Nkani giving Kwabini a 9mm firearm? In 2019?
No, my lord. As I've said earlier, the first engagement was him having gone to the office of the National Commissioner saying he's got information about the death of the deceased. Subsequent to that, I met him. After I met him, my lord, the name of the father came up. Hence, then there was this endeavor to find the father, which eventually happened on the 17th of November 2019. So the information he was bringing was insofar as what his father told him, and that affidavit was then obtained on the 17th of November 2019.
Yeah,
November 2019.
Okay, so in a nutshell, Brigadier, if I'm understanding your answer, when you first met with the Constable Zungu, he never mentioned to you that he saw Nkani giving Kwabeni the firearm. Am I correct to understand it like that?
No, it was the issue of the father witnessing a commotion in the homelands, and then where the names of accused 1 and 2 being mentioned as being involved in this matter.
How many times did you interview Constable Zungu, or did you sit in a consultation with Constable Zungu? Regarding the incident that took place in this case, the information that he wanted to bring forward to you about the suspects and about the commission of the case.
No, like I said, my lord, it happened once. He went to the office of the National Commissioner. That was the first time.
Okay.
We spoke in between, in trying to find out whether he was able to convince his father. So those occasions were a number of times, I can't recall, but they were telephonic. Then when we when I lost contact with the number that he was using, then I phoned General Shabane, as I've said earlier, towards the end of 2019. And then initially the meeting was then arranged for the 12th of November 2019 for us to meeting with Brigadier Peroman. That meeting didn't take place, then it was then shifted to the 13th of November 2019 where we now met him. So that would have been the second time as a follow-up of the first meeting. Thereafter, the third meeting then took place on the 17th of November when he brought his father, where the statement was then taken from Absalom Zungu.
No, ukuthi yena waqala weza lapha ehhovisi lika National Commission la esasizama khona ukuthi sithole ubaba wakhe kodwa sakhulumisana kaningana ngotelephone sizama ukuthi sithole ubaba wakhe. Ngathi kuma sengilahlekelwe inamba asengikhuluma no-General Shabane and kwaqala kwalungiswa umhlangano kamhla 12 ku-November 2019 lapho ke sakhuluma khona no-Brigadier Peroman. Kwaba nomhlangano olandelayo futhi kwaba nowesithathu umhlangano owenziwa-ke ngomhla ka-17 lapho ke kwenziwa khona nalesi statement.
In all of your communication, engagement, consultation, interview with Constable Zungu regarding this case, you did not take down any statements from him. Is that correct?
Kuba ukukhulumisana kwakho nokukhulumisana kwakho mayelana nalolu daba awuzange uthathe statement again.
Which part? Because if you look at the statement that Advocate Mtsholo referred me to, it was commissioned by me, so I'm not so sure. So to say no statement was taken, the statement was taken from Constable Zungu on the 31st of May 2023.
The statement is athathwa ku-Constable Zungu ngoba ungabhekisa lesi statement lesi statement asakhomishined by me.
I mean, Colonel, before this date, this statement was taken last year. I am saying, but you started communicating with this witness from 2019. And my question is, from that time and on all occasions wherein you interviewed this witness, did you take down the statement from this witness? Before 11 May 2023, because the trial had already started, I think, by then. Yes or no, Brigadier? Just simple as that.
My Lord, I think I dealt with this part and I said no because
Okay.
I did not see the relevance of it. He was telling me about his father, you may say hearsay, he was not there. I couldn't see the relevance of it and I dealt with this part, I think, when I was under cross-examination by Advocate Mtsholo.
Yebo, ngithe cha ngoba angizange ngibone ukuthi kungasisiza ngani ngoba wayesitela kona ayesitela ngoyise ngokuningi kwakho kwayizinto azizwile, so ngithe nje mina cha azange sisize wangizange ngibone ukuthi lokho kungasiza ngani.
Then what led you to only obtain the statement on the 31st of May 2023 from Constable Zungu?
Yini ke yafonela ukuthi ngithathe i-statement
It was when he decided to willingly and freely, my Lord, give a statement. As I indicated, through the investigation, his name came up. I was not aware that he was, that Basutini was there. But as we were investigating and obtaining a statement from Kwabeni Makosonke, his name was being mentioned, that he was there. And I started engaging him to that regard. And then he said, you come and see me. But it was clear, my Lord, and I dealt with it, that he was scared. But eventually said, look, I was afraid, but then I will tell you the truth. And that's what gave rise to the statement that was obtained on the 31st May 2023.
No, ukuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi wayesezimisele ukuthi angasinike i-statement ngoba bengazi ukuthi uhlale eBasutini hostel. Kodwa-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi-ke sihlola uGwabile noMakosonke ukuthi safuna i-statement, hhayi-ke nathi angasinika i-statement kodwa washo ukuthi yena wethulile
Brigadier, I want to put it to you that the reason why you did not obtain the statement regarding the occurrence or regarding the circumstances under which the offense was committed in this case, as it has been testified or narrated by Constable Zungu, that information was so crucial. You were supposed to obtain a statement immediately when you received that information. And the reason why you did not take the statement is because Constable Zungu never gave you that information before 19 May 2023.
This is actually so good to get yini ndaba ke ungabazange uthola leso statement Constable Zungu ukuthi hayi ngazange ngike istatement engafiki kunyaka 2019.
My Lord, I'm not sure what statement I could have taken from Constable Zungu prior to him bringing his father. I've explained the sequence of the events. When I started focusing on Zungu, it was after investigation is revealed that he was at the hostel. That statement was given by different witnesses. And every time his name came up, then I would engage him. Then he would say, look, I'll come and see you when I meet him. But it was clear, as I'm saying, my Lord, that he was scared. And subsequent to him, then he then came forth, and then the statement was given. Prior to that, my Lord, as I've testified, he only came to the office of the National Commission and brought information insofar as his father is concerned, and that is why we usually moved along the father's approach, which led to the identification of accused 1 and 2.
Joyce ngichazile ukuthi sakhala ukuthi sikhulumisane naye kahle esemlethile ukuyisa wakhe wabaningi and lokwazi ukuthi sigcine sikhuluma naye ukuthi babeningi ofakazi abaveza igama lakhe and wathi-ke emva kwaloko wenza-ke lapha kwa-National Commissioner wathi-ke ukuthi azokhulisa naye.
If we can proceed from where we have stopped, on the same page, page 4 of Constable Zungu's statement, paragraph 5. I think we're going to start now at line number 11. He said it was not the same firearm. You see that line?
Let me try and find it first, my Lord.
Paragraph 5, line number 11.
11.
Yes, he said it was not the firearm.
If it was not the same firearm, okay, it reads as follows, my Lord. He said it was not the same firearm, but the firearm belonged to Ngani. I
Yes.
then gave him back the firearm. I asked that Kwabeni give me my firearm. He reached for my bag and gave it to me. I took it and checked it, removed the magazine and counted my bullets, and found that they were still the same as I had left them. I was checking if they did not take my firearm and use it somewhere. I also smelled it, but I could not pick up anything. I was concerned if they took my firearm and used it to kill people, because I had knowledge that they are Inkabi, open bracket, hitmen, close bracket. I was shouting and told them if they had done something, it shall be revealed one day. I put my firearm on my body. My figure walked out of the bedroom. Mtogoziseni, Mapisa and Carlos Mtogisi Move walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Kwabeni asked me to give them space as he wanted to discuss something with the guys. That is Carlos, Mapisa, Musi and Gani. I then took my bag, walked out and sat on the lounge and noticed my figure changing a black hoodie top he was wearing into a grey hoodie top. I
Okay.
asked him to give me one hoodie top, as it seems he had many hoodie tops. Mafika walked back to Kwabeni's bedroom to join the others. I did not follow him or heard what they discussed.
Okay, thank you. My question to you.
Also, another spam. What are they supposed to spam? Siganda. That's a nigga. That's in who said I spam. That's in who's Kwabenu time. That's in Kwabenu time. This spam son. Why say the A spamming Sammy and what's a nigga son? Nasi ngespera, nasi hlola, ngakhipha imagazini ngabala iy'nhlamvu, ngase ngitshale ukuthi no zonke iy'nhlamvu zikhona njengoba zazinjalo. Ngase ngithi ngiqhubeke usihlola ngathatha isibhamu sami, ngase ngihlola ukuthi isibhamu sami abazange basithathe beyosebenzisa kwenye indawo. Ngase ngiyasinuka leso sibhamu kodwa ngizange ngibizwe lutho. Into engihlupha-ke nje ukuthi-ke bangenza ukuthi mhlawumbe ngabe bethathe isibhamu sami beyobulala abantu ngoba ngangingazi ukuthi bona bayiy'nkani. Ngase-ke ngingathethisa ngabatshela ukuthi uma kukhona into abayenzile izovela ngelinye ilanga. Ngase ngithatha isibhamu ngasibeka emzimbeni wami. Mafika waphuma-ke lapha ebhidini lokulala umthozi Maphisa noCarlos Mthobisi Nqube bangena kulelo gumbi bahlala embhedeni. uGwabini wayesengibuza wasenzela ukuthi ngibadedele ngoba bakhona abebefuna ukuxoxa nalabo balisa uCarlos Maphisa noMusi noKhaya. Sithatha isikhwama sami ngiyaphuma lapho ngingase ngiyohlalelana ngabona umafika shintsha-ke ihudi le emnyama ayigqokile wayesegqoka i-grey. Ngase ngiyamcela ukuthi akanginike enye uhudi ngoba ubonakala sengathi unamahudi amaningi. Umafika wasekebuyela egumbini lokulala likaGwabini ukuthi ayoba nalaba abanye. Angizange ngimlandele noma ukuzwa ukuthi yini ababeyikhuluma.
My question to you, Brigadier, was that after receiving this information, especially the reference to the exchange of firearms by the people who are referred to here in front of the police officer, which is Constable Zungu, did you ask Constable Zungu if he reported this incident to the police because he had witnessed the unlawful activity? At that time, when he was in Basuto hostel, he saw the suspect exchanging the firearms, and he was a police officer at that time. Did you ask him if he reported this matter to the police?
Yes, we did, my lord, and he said he didn't report it, and that matter was also discussed with the state, and the view was that we would look into this matter once this trial has been finalized. Because at that stage, when the statement was given, the matter was already in process. In other words, it was subject to
Engifisa ukwazi ukuthi-ke emva kokuthi-ke ngizwile ukuthi-ke uZungu wabona abantu benikana iy'bhamu eyiphoyisa yena. Wabika lokho yini emaphoyiseni athi yebo, sabheka lokho sakhuluma nomshushisi, kodwa-ke sathatha isinqumo sokuthi-ke nanoma yena engazange abike emaphoyiseni, kodwa lokho-ke sizokubheka emuva kwaleli cala masephethe ukuqhubeka ngoba ngaleso sikhathi sikuzwa lokho lalesi icala laseliqhubeka.
No, Colonel, I meant to ask the reliability of his evidence. As a police officer, did you ask him to say, at that time, in 2018, when you witnessed the people exchanging the firearms unlawfully, did you report the matter to the police? Did you ask him that?
That's what I just said, my lord. I did ask him for 2014 actually. That's what I said. That I did ask him and the answer was no. And then I said, with the discussion with the state was that let's leave it. We will deal with it once this matter is finalized, because this information came to us while this matter was already in process.
You know, instead of pendula, which was what I the local year, what I started with the Abazana, and what I started to and then it's cool, what we tell us, such a lot of which is cover. So there's a scary situation to say
when you ask Constable Zungu about this incident, about the failure to report to the police station, this incident, what did he say? Did he respond? Was there any response?
What is writing to the
I noticed the answer that I just gave, that he said he didn't open the case, he didn't report it.
You know, instead of
Did he give you any reason?
He said he was scared, that same reason that he gave from not coming forward with this information. Because he knows the accused, they are related, they come from the same homelands. He was scared to report because of his life and that of his family.
Accused number 5 will tell the court that Zungu was never scared of reporting this unlawful activity. It's because Nkani never exchanged any firearm with Gwabini. It never happened. That is why he did not even report it to the police.
So the standard of Tanzania, I go over the police, when that to be doing a service, I'm
My lord, it is clear in the statement that he used the accused as hitmen. And so for me, when he says he's scared, I'm not so sure who will recognize or view the witness and then at the same time not be scared of the reprisal of that person acting on that. That is my view, my lord.
Accused number 5 will also deny that he ever gave a 9mm firearm to Gwabini.
Well, the statement says otherwise, my lord. We just read it, and that's what the statement of Constable Zungu says.
Okay. Let's move on now. To paragraph 9. You remember on Friday, I referred to you to the meeting of Constable Zungu with Warrant Officer Makubu and Colonel Buthelezi.
Yes, I do recall, my lord.
Okay. According to you, how did the events unfold? Did you see first Constable Zungu, or Constable Zungu met firstly with Makubu and Colonel Buthelezi before meeting you, if you can recall, or should you go to the statement?
No, I said, my lord, if I have to look at the sequence of events,
yes,
Constable Zungu would have seen me first. In other words, if they went to the office of the National Commissioner, then he would have been then introduced to me. That's how I recall. And I said, I'm basing that on the fact that if you follow the sequence of events, on the 12th of November 2018, we get appointed. Makubu comes into the picture, so that's what I'm mentioning. Prior to that, none of us were existing insofar as this matter is concerned. It was investigated elsewhere. Now, then November, just a month later, then I meet November, no, that's 2018, yes. Then early 2019, my lord, then I met Constable Zungu. So my suspicion, my lord, is that the issue of Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi and Warrant Officer Makubu would have taken place after he met me in 2019, otherwise going down was not. Between my first meeting with Constable Zungu and the second meeting that took place in Kempton Park. So I think in between there, they would have met.
Ukuthi ngabhekana ukulandelana kwezinto uZungu waqala wahlangana nami ngomhla 12 November 2018 thina-ke sanixoswa-ke umsebenzi wokuphenya leli cala manje ngomhla 2019 uZungu-ke wase esekhuluma nami ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi-ke kwakwazi ukuthi mhlambe phakathi kwalezikhathi abe ekhulumeni Makubu Butelezi.
It's my suspicion, my lord, that it would have taken place between these two periods, that was in between, because I was not part of this meeting, so I'm only calculating on what I'm being told by Provisional and with what I know, that between these two periods, possibly the meeting would have taken place.
Ngicabangayo mina ukuthi ngabe kwenzeka njalo ukuthi-ke babe behlangane izinto phakathi kwalezikhathi ezimbili.
Okay, let's see. Let me. Are you the one who obtained the statement from Constable Zungu?
I
I
commissioned it, my lord. I made him take an oath. As I said, someone in the office was typing. He had notes, so but it was commissioned by me. I made him take the oath.
You mean as commissioner the system?
Okay. Can I take you through a few paragraphs? We're not going to read them because the statement was already read into the record. Okay. Paragraph 2 refers to the introduction of the witness. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 3 refers to as to how the incident unfolded on the 26th of October 2014.
Yes, my lord, I'm listening.
Paragraph 2 were two like the statement, paragraph 3
Paragraph 4 and 5, it's still narrating as to how the incident unfolded on the 26th of October 2014.
Paragraph 4 and 5,
Paragraph 6 as well.
Paragraph 6
up to paragraph 7.
Paragraph
I'm listening, my lord.
Or maybe if you want time to read the statement, I can ask for the short adjournment so that you go through them, because I'm summarizing since I've read them.
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
There's no need. Yeah, we can just get to the council.
Okay. So do you confirm that from the beginning it's still the narration of how the incident unfolded up to paragraph 7?
Yeah, but my lord, you see, I'm not the author. This is a difficulty. Constable Zungu will be the one who can tell you how we package the sequence of events. It will be now, I think, unfair to me to him if now I must interpret what he was trying to say, which part he wanted to come first. It's his statement, man.
The system is up a lot. We are not going to have a spare rental. Once we get more treasure, we get here now, it's a
No, Brigadier, I'm not asking you to interpret. I'm just confirming the lines as they are. As they are, to say, here, this is when he is narrating the sequence of events. I'm not saying interpret, I'm just saying from the reading as it is, do you confirm that that's what is contained on this paragraph?
My lord, I can confirm that in these paragraphs he's narrating the events, his recollection of what transpired, leading obviously to us and you know, about this matter basically. That I can confirm.
Thank you.
In summary.
Thank you. Okay. Now let's start from paragraph 8, because it's now after the narration of the incidents. Paragraph 8. Can you read it for the record?
On Tuesday 2014, 28, I saw an article on one of the newspaper about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I also noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika, open bracket, Bongani Tanzi, close bracket, and what he was wearing, a black hoodie top, and that he and the other suspect had dreadlocks which resembles that of Carlos Gargamule. I then started to be suspicious for the fact that on that day they were carrying firearms and fitted the description of the suspects mentioned, and also that Mafika, open bracket, Bongani Ntanzi, close bracket, was wearing a black hoodie top. I then heard in the news that one of the suspects was arrested. I withdrew my suspicion and I didn't do any follow-up. I later heard again in the media that the suspect who was arrested was actually not the correct suspect and he was released. I then had the interest to know who was the arrested guy and saw his photo on the social media platform. I then realized that the suspect that was arrested could not be the correct suspect, as I did not see him mingling, I suppose, with Carlos Mapisa, Togoziseni, Mbuzi and Mafika on the 26th of October 2014.
This meeting on the 28th October 2014, ngabona endabeni ngokubulawa kwaSenzo Meyiwa. Ngabona-ke nakulo mdwebo lo wawenziwe ngabasolwa ukuthi wahambelana kakhulu noMafika uBongani Ntanzi, nokuthi wayegqoke ihoodie emnyama, and that nokuthi-ke abanye abasolwa babe nama-dreadlock afana naka-Carlos Gaza. Ngase-ke ngiqala-ke ukusola ngoba babephethe ibhamu and futhi-ke babefana nalokhu kwakuchazwa lapha emaphephandabeni ukuthi uMafika oBongani Ntanzi wayegqoke ihoodie emnyama. Ngase-ke ngizwa-ke emaphephandabeni ukuthi khona umsolwa oboshiwe. Ngase-ke mina-ke yebo uqhubeka nokubasola, futhi angizange ngikulandelele futhi. Emva kwaloko-ke ngase ngizwa futhi la kuma-media inkulumo ukuthi umsolwa lo wayeboshiwe kwakungeyena umsolwa okuwuyena, futhi-ke wakhululwa. Ngase ngizwa-ke ngase ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi ubani lo wayeboshiwe. Ngase ngibona isithombe-ke kuma-social media, ngase ngiyabona ukuthi lo msolwa lona wayeboshiwe kwakungeyena umuntu owayefuneka, ngoba ngangambonanga futhi ehambisana noma ehlangana no-Carlos Mapisa noMthokozisi noMuzi noMafika ngomhla 26 October 2024.
In your part of investigation, Brigadier, did you come across with this article that is referred to here at any time?
My lord, I don't. So if the question is whether is it filed in the docket, no. But there are a lot of articles that were published, neither from 2014 when this incident has happened. But the one that Zungu is referring to, obviously, didn't refer me to a specific date, a specific one. He didn't have it. It was just narrating as to what happened. But I do know, and some of them are even covered in our info notes, a lot of newspaper articles that were published from 2014.
I think it was about sci-fi innovative science wafuna uzungu ekhulumana azange ngitshela ukuthi actually lakhuluma noma zokubhala wakhuluma uphuma kulokhu usuku nokuthi kuliphi kaphanda wayekhulumela ngoba kwakukhona okuningi okwabhaliwe madodanalini amaningi.
Okay. And then let's proceed to paragraph 9.
I got hold of the cell phone numbers of General Shabani, who was the head of the detectives in Confronting. I called and informed him that I have information about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we should meet at Tembisa police station. He arrived driving a brown Mercedes-Benz SUV. I shared with him all the above mentioned information and my knowledge about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said he will do follow-up investigation. After 3 weeks, he called me to say the information I gave him is positive, but he wants to further task the detectives to further follow it up. He informed me that he had discovered something on the suspect that is in Rustenburg. He said he will inform the minister, and then the National Commissioner General Sitole. He then asked me about the other suspect. I told him that one of the suspects stays around Tembisa and that he was dealing in drugs. After 4 weeks, he called again to ask that I assist him with the information of the whereabouts of Moses Ibia as well as his pictures. I provided the general with the requested pictures, but included those of Mafika Ntanzi. I did give him the full information about Moses and where he could be found, as well as that of Mafika Ntanzi. He said he will pursue the information and update me about the outcome of the investigation. I later learned from the general that they managed to arrest Moses for dealing in drugs, and he questioned him about the case of Senzo Meyiwa. He told me that Moses disputed this information, but he implicated his uncle, who is well known to the general. I know that Moses' uncle was known as Luke Spivantuli. I know that he was killed a few years ago. The general was at that stage no longer the head of detectives in Confronting, but he was the cluster commander in Tembisa.
Ngathola inamba yefoni General Shabani owaye umkhozi wabaphenyi baseConfronting. Ngase ngiyamshayela ucingo ngitshela ukuthi nginolwazi oluthize mayelana nokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Wasethi-ke asihlangane eTembisa police station. Wafika lapho ehamba Mercedes Benz brown uhlobo lwe-SUV. Ngimtshela-ke konke lokho ebengikhulume ngakho ngaphambilini mayelana nolwazi enganginalo mayelana nokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Wasethi-ke uzophenya ngalokhu. Emva kwamaviki amathathu wayesengifonela ethi ulwazi lona ngimnike lona ingathi-ke luyasebenza ukuthi-ke futhi-ke ufuna ukuqhubeka nokuphenya nokulandelela. Wayesengitshela ukuthi-ke khona ukuthola kulo msolwa owayeseRustenburg. Wathi-ke uzotshela uminister obhekisele and then emva kwalokho besetshela no-commissioner wamaphoyisa u-General Ndlovu.
Thank you, Colonel. From my understanding of this paragraph is that this was the first encounter with General Lushabane of Constable Zungu.
But my lord, that's why I said Constable Zungu will better be, because now I must interpret and analyze what he's saying. Constable Zungu, my lord, will really be better equipped to indicate this.
Uzothi oqala ukhulumisana phakathi kuka-General Shabane no-Constable Zungu impendulo lithi manje uzosho ukuthi-ke manje kufanele ngiphendulele u-Constable Zungu ukuthi-ke manje kufanele ngifunde la bese ngiyahlaziya ukuthi bezama ukuthini mayelana nokubahlakaniphile. So into engcono ukuthi akuyoyena u-Constable Zungu ozake azochaza ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani.
Okay. Then paragraph 13, let's jump paragraph 11, let's jump paragraph 12, and then go to paragraph 13, because all these paragraphs are already on record.
Paragraph 13, my lord. The same year, 2019, I received a call from General Shabane who asked me to meet him at his cluster office in Toroko, Kempton Park. It was possibly Sunday at around 1700 hours, my lord. When I arrived in his office, I met General Shabane. He informed me that he did further investigation and followed up on the information Mosi
Gave him
about the involvement of his uncle Bukes Pivantuli, who was well known to him. The general told me that he has found that Mosi was directly involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa and that the information I gave him was accurate and correct. He informed me that he has invited General Sibia, who is the head of the Hawks in Confronting, so that we can brief him on the case and see how he will weigh the information and the evidence that we have. Indeed, at around 1900 hours, a gentleman arrived who was introduced to me as General Sibia by General Shabane. General Shabane briefed General Sibia about all the information I gave him and also that he conducted his investigation and managed to link Muzi and Konganentanzi about their involvement in the case. I was also invited to share the information clearly to General Sibia. General Sibia responded to say, according to his knowledge, the information is correct and accurate. General Sibia asked General Shabane, who was dealing with this case from the office of the National Commissioner. General Shabane said, Lieutenant Colonel Kenyinda. General Sibia responded to General Shabane that Warrant Officer Makubu must be called to come through and listen to the information. However, General Shabane did not have the cell phone number of Warrant Officer Makubu. General Sibia gave General Shabane the cell phone numbers of Makubu and he called Makubu. Warrant Officer Makubu arrived 30 minutes. General Shabane shared the information with him and Makubu refuted the information and told us that I am lying and that there is no such information, there is no such evidence that link Ngane, open bracket, Sifiso Zungu, Ndlovu, close bracket. He disputed everything I shared with them and said that I must reveal my source. Warrant Officer Makubu showed us a picture of Ngane and said he arrested Ngane on the matter in KwaZulu Natal and that Ngane is not involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa as well as the suspects. As well as the suspect I've mentioned. He further accused me of coming to them with baseless information. He kept on insisting that I reveal my source and bring him. Upon realizing that he wanted to know where do I get the information and who is my source, I agreed that I would bring the source. The meeting ended with a clear understanding to me that warrant officer did not want to take the information I have shared with them. After the meeting, I left with warrant from Makubu to drop me off at Tembisa police station and left General Sibia in General Shabani.
Okay.
General Shabani on Jerusalem, when the new pay your land alive, and there was a land a little longer, the Lord Nigarona, almost one nigger who was in Melana, Malumoakan, who just people. Where's Wabiana? Generally, wasn't Jeruti, where to look to Mosing, why Tiga cool and the Futiga wasn't a Nigalona, then the Sunconti, and provide a word, wasn't Jeruti, women, not General Spia, why Kuzoma, Hawks, how they. Umuthi ke naye ke azotshelwa mayelana nalolu daba and ngibona ukuthi ke lolwazi engibanike lona lesisindo esingakanani and then futhi ke nokuthi ke ufakazi engibanike bona ngo-7 kwase khona enye omunye owangena owayethulwa kumina njengo-General Spia ethulwa u-General Shabane. U-General Shabane wasetshela u-General Spia ngalolwazi enganginike lona and nokuthi-ke wayaphenya and wasekwazi ukuthola ukuthi uyathinteka umuzi nobungane itansi kulolu daba. Ngase-ke ngiyamenya ukuthi ngizokwabelana nabo ngalolu lwazi enginginalo no-General Spia. U-General Spia wasephendula ethi ngolwazi lwakhe konke-ke lolwazi engibanike lona kuyabonakala ukuthi ulwazi oluqondile. U-General Spia-ke wasecela u-General Shabane wayeviyeni wayephethe lolu daba leli kusukela e-ofisi likakhomishini. U-General Shabane wasethi u-Lieutenant Colonel Yeminda u-General Spia waseke ethi-ke noma ukuthi u-General Shabane no-warrant officer Makubu bafanele babize ukuthi and futhi-ke bazolalela lolwazi lolu engangililetha. Emva kwalokho u-General Shabane wayengenayo i-cell number ka-warrant officer Makubu. U-General Spia wasenika u-General Shabane i-cellphone ney'number zikaMakubu and wasemfonela kuMakubu. Warrant officer wafika emva kwemizuzu e-30. U-General Shabane wasemtshela-ke futhi Makubu kodwa Makubu waphikisa konke lokhu wasitshela ukuthi mina ngikabamanga nokuthi ayikho lento nano-files engangikubeka ngokano sokuhle Zungu and waphikisa konke engangibanike kona and wayesethi-ke kufanele ngiveze ukuthi ngikutholaphi konke lokho. Warrant officer Makubu wasikhombisa isithombe sikankani nasethi-ke umbopile unkani ubopile idabula se-KZN and futhi nokuthi unkani akathinteke ecaleni kaSenzo Meyiwa nalaba abanye abasolwa ingani bavezile. Waqhubekela phambili ngithosa-ke icala lokuthi-ke mina ngize kubona nolwazi olungamukeleki. Waqhubekela phambili elokhu ethi mina egcizelela impela ukuthi mina kufanele ngiveze ukuthi tholaphi lolu lwazi engiliphetha kuyena. And wathi umuntu esebona ngathi uma sengibona ukuthi ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ngitholaphi lolu lwazi nokuthi obani abanginike lolu lwazi, ngavuma ngathi ngizobaletha labo abanginike lolu lwazi. Wase-ke umhlangano uyaphela and phela-ke nje kanjalo ngokuthi-ke kuzwane ukuthi mina no-warrant officer asifisi ukuthatha ukuthi u-warrant officer afisi ukuthatha lolu lwazi engabanika lona. Emva komhlangano ngase ngihamba-ke no-warrant officer Makubu owayeyongishiya e-police station yaseThembisa and sasisishiya ku-General no-General Ndlovu.
Thank you, Brigadier. We see that this is one of the incidents wherein Constable Zungu sat and discussed with General Sibia and General Shabane and also Warrant Officer Makubu. And importantly, that is when Warrant Officer Makubu dismissed the information regarding the involvement of accused number 5 in this matter.
No-General Shabane bekhuluma ngalolu daba lolu lolwazi lolu lwalulethwe uConstable, and uyabona yini ukuthi u-warrant officer Makubu engaphikisa konke lokhu.
My Lord, I see that, but as I said, Constable Zungu is the author of this statement. I see what is contained, I see the dismissal. What I don't understand is what are the basis of dismissing something that has been brought to you before you investigate. I don't understand, because the purpose of investigation is to get to the truth. And if the truth takes you to the benefit of the suspect, that is also the truth. But you cannot come to a conclusion that someone is not involved before you even investigate. I don't know where is that coming from.
Ukwazi kanjani ukuthi achithe into elethiwe phambi kwakhe ulwazi alutholayo ingazange aphele, ngoba phela umsebenzi wokuphela ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibhekisise ukuthi ulwazi silutholayo lunjani. So angingaqondi kahle ukuthi yena achitha kanjani ukuthi akazange aphele.
I see the non-availability of reasons as you are saying, but what I wanted to confirm with you that you see that the first information given by Constable Zungu was rejected by Warrant Officer Makubu, who is also a state witness in this case, who is still going to come and testify.
But my Lord, what I'm saying, he had no basis. Because according to this presentation, this paragraph we went to, evidence is presented to him or information is given to him before he investigates, dismisses it. And I'm saying that's not how investigation is done. You investigate, then guided by the outcome of the investigation, then perhaps then you can make such utterances.
Zange ahambe ayophenya and futhi-ke ayikho into engathi abayengayibeka njengezathu ukuthi yini elichitha lolwazi lolo ngoba wayengazange aphenye.
Okay, Colonel, on Brigadier, on paragraph, at the beginning of paragraph 13, it says the same year 2019 I received a call. Did you verify or did you ask from Constable Zungu as to when about in 2019 did he receive this call? Because we can see that on the date when he received this call, that's the date when this conversation took place between General Sibiya, General Shabane, and Warrant Officer Makubu.
Manje wabuza yini ukuthi kuwo lo 2019 wayetholani i-court direction and a-court watch and no General Spear no General Shabane?
My Lord, what Constable Zungu said with regard to the courts and its knowledge is contained in this statement of his name. So it doesn't go beyond this. This is all the information he could recall based on the notes that he had, and this is what he could come up with, my Lord.
Okay, Constable Zungu ayenabo mayelana lezi zinto zonke konke kuvelelayo futhi kube ngalendlela ayibeke ngako akukho okunye ungaphandle kwalokho esikubonayo sikutholile.
No, I was asking clarity, Brigadier. I was.
Just wanted to correct the proposition that has been put to Brigadier in the warrant statement. He was called by the president. It's not a statement.
Thank you, my lord.
It was interesting to me to understand here's the warrant officer rejecting the reports taken by Zungu, and yet General Shabane is far senior to warrant officer Makubu. Apparently believes Zungu. I'm not deciding anything. I'm not telling you I'm in my mind. And then also General Sibiya, who is also a general, apparently is also prepared to accept Zungu's report.
Correct,
Am
my
I
Lord.
correct?
You are correct to it, my Lord. That's what the statement says.
Thank you, my lord. My question, Brigadier, to you was that did you ask Constable Zungu as to when exactly in 2019 did this incident take place? As the investigating officer, I'm asking as the investigating officer, not because you were there.
No, my Lord. Correct, I was not there. But
Yes.
two, the issue of the meeting was not relevant. What was relevant is the information insofar as what he knows about this incident. And as I've said, what he knew, what he could recall, my Lord, was contained in the notes, and that's what, on the notes that he had, my Lord. And then it was then summarized in the form of this statement. So the fact that it's not here, my Lord, he didn't have it, right? He didn't dwell with it, didn't dwell on it as well, my Lord, because the essence and the focus of the investigation was insofar as his presence at Basutuni hostel and why he didn't tell me and what is it that he knows about that incident, my Lord. And that's what the statement really focuses on. The other information is basically the background of what he did, when we had this information leading us to General Shabane, and then obviously then us and other side issues.
Umbuzo ukuthi ngo-2019 kwavela yini ukuthi lo mhlangano lo wabaningi wasithi indaba yokuthi umhlangano wayeningi songeyona into esasiyibheke kakhulu ukuthi sasifuna ulwazi ukuthi olumayelana nokuthi lento yenzeka kanjani ukuthi umhlangano wenzeka nini kwangeyona into esemqoka kakhulu ngoba phela into ayevesile kuthina kwasivezela phela ukuthi wayekhona lapha eBasutuni hostel nokuthi-ke yini-ke ayefuna ukuthi ayibhale lapha estatementini sakhe.
Thank you, Brigadier. Maybe I'm missing the answer in your explanation. My question was, did you ask the date in 2019 in which you received the call? Did you ask or you did not ask? That was my question.
No, I will not recall, my Lord.
Okay.
I will not recall. All I was saying is that the response is insofar as that meeting is contained in his statement, my Lord. It's in this paragraph.
Okay, perfect. You can't recall the date.
Ngo-2019 kwakuyiluphi usuku wambuzileni ukuthi kwakuyiluphi usuku lathi ngikhumbulile.
Thank you. Let's move on for the sake of progress to paragraph 14.
In the same year, I received a call from a lady who identified herself as Lieutenant Colonel Buchelezi, who said she was a forensic investigator in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa. The officer asked to meet me in relation to the information I gave to Warrant Officer Makubu, and we agreed to meet at McDonald's Kempton Park. When we met, I realized that she was in the company of Warrant Officer Makubu. She asked me to repeat the information that I had shared with Warrant Officer Makubu, and I did. She further asked me about my relationship to the suspects I explained. She also asked if I am related and know Kelly Kumalo, and I told her that I do not know her, nor am I related to her, except for seeing her on the social media platforms. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi accused me and General Ndlovu of trying to protect Kelly Kumalo and shift the blame to the suspect. I was mentioning, shift the blame to the suspect I was mentioning. She told me that she has evidence that implicates Kelly Kumalo in the murder, and that the shooter was one of those who were in the house. I disagreed with her based on the information I had, and our discussion ended with no fruitful outcome.
Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi owathi uyena owenza uphenyo lokho references kulawini kukaSenzo and wasengicela-ke ukuthi ngihlangane naye mayelana nolwazi engalunika uWarrant Officer Makubu. Sesivumelana ukuthi sohlangane eMcDonald yaseKempton Park. Wasihlangana-ke lapho-ke ngabona ukuthi uhamba noWarrant Officer Makubu. Wasengicela ukuthi angiphinde futhi ngimtshele lolwazi engabelana nalo noWarrant Officer Makubu, and ngase ngenza kanjalo. Waseqhubeka-ke ngibuza ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani nabasolwa, ngase ngiyachaza. Wase-ke engibuza futhi ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani noKelly Kumalo, ngamtshela ukuthi hhayi cha angimazi nokuthi futhi asihlobene ngaphandle ukuthi ngiyambona kuma-social media. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi wayebese-ke ngikhomba ngomuno ethi mina no-General Ndlovu sizama ukuvikela uKelly Kumalo ukuthi sidlulisele izinsolo kulabasolwa bavezile. Wasengitshela ukuthi yena unolwazi olukhombisayo ukuthi uKelly Kumalo athinteke ebulawini kulokubulala, and futhi-ke nalo wadubula wawomunye wayekhona la endlini. Sagcina siphikisana ngalokhu ayekushilo nolwazi angike lona, and kodwa-ke sagcina lapho-ke singabanga-ke nomphumela.
So thank you, Brigadier, for that information. Do you agree with me that this is the second incident when the information brought by Zungu to Colonel Joyce Buthelezi, who was also an investigating officer in this case, was rejected?
My lawyers have said, it's not how I understand the investigation to be done. How do you reject something before you investigate? Because if you look at this paragraph, Zungu on the mere presentation also this information to Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi is being rejected and accused of all manner of things. How do you do that when you have not conducted an investigation? That's not how, at least the way I was taught. First you investigate, then the evidence or the outcome of the investigation will lead you to the truth or to the assertion that you want to make. But you can't just dismiss information that is being brought to you on the mere basis that you don't trust that person or you have certain views. You have to investigate, and then you can if you think you are qualified to make such assertions, make such assertions.
Okay.
Angazi ukuthi nokwazi kanjani ukuthi uthola nje ulwazi obese-ke ungakaphindi nokuphenya ebese ukhiphe isinqumo sokuthi uthini ngalolo daba. Ngoba-ke phela awukwazi ukuthi njengoba enzile la lona umsebenzi usevela utosa lona uZungu icala ukuthi yena uhlobene nobani nokuthi akahlobene nobani ekuqaleni kufanele ziqaleni kufanele uqale ngokuthi upenye uthole ulwazi upenye lokho kuzokuholela ekutheni uthole iqiniso uthole iqiniso usungaveza-ke ukuthi wena kuloko osuphenyile wona loko osukutholile isinqumo sithathayo-ke ngako konke loko osukutholile kuyini.
Thank you, Brigadier. The next paragraph 15 refers to your encounter with Constable Zungu, paragraph 15. Can we now move to that paragraph 15? My Lord, it's now past. However, I was asking if I can continue to finish questions on this statement, my Lord, before we're about to finish, before we take an adjournment, my Lord. I'm not sure if... We've got eight more paragraphs, my Lord. My Lord, not 15, because the media asked to...
Okay,
All right.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
lolo lwazi lolo wayeseyangicela ukuthi ngingasaqhubeki ngabelane ngolwazi naye ngoba wayefuna ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda ehluleke ukuqhubekela phambili and angalitholi futhi ulwazi.
Thank you, Brigadier. I want to clarify on line number 3, wherein the witness said, Brigadier promised me that he will follow up
Ngase kuvela ukuthi ulwazi olubanzi mayelana nalesi sendlo ngase ngithi masengihlangane naye ngacela ukuthi sisikhulumisane naye ngacela ukuthi sibe nomhlangano lokwenza ngomhla 13 November 2019.
I hear you, Brigadier, but my concern here, because he is referring you, the witness is referring to yourself, to having met with yourself, and you said you'll follow up on the information. So my question is that, from your first time when you met with Constable Zungu, as per this paragraph, you said to him you will investigate the information that he has given to you. And then my question is, you said you'll follow up on the information regarding the occurrence or regarding the commission of this case. Or it was going to be a follow-up on something else. That's where I need clarity on.
Okay, what sentence is there? Perhaps let's read the sentence in its right context, my lord, so that we don't talk on cross purposes, my lord.
Okay, the second line says, I shared on paragraph 15, I shared with him the information, and he, okay, I met with Brigadier Gininda, then a colonel. I shared with him the information and the knowledge I have about the suspects involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes, my lord, and I agree. The information he shared with me was in relation to accused 1 and 2, because he came and he said 1 and 2 at the beginning, then the father comes in, and then I said, please arrange that I get your father, because I need to obtain a statement from him.
Okay. Yebo ngoba ngathi wangitshela phela ukuthi yena nolwazi oluthize analo manje nomsolo oqala nomsolo osibili wasaphinda engitshela ngoba bakhe ngase ngiyafisa ukuthi ngihlangane naye baba wakhe futhi.
Oh, okay. No, thank you. Thank you for the answer. I just wanted clarity on that information. So it's clear now that the first information was about accused 1 and 2. Then let's move on to paragraph 16 now on the 13th November 2019.
On the 13th November 2019, I met with Brigadier at the Kempton Park. He was in the company of Brigadier Tony, who he has identified, whom he has identified, or who he identified him as his colleague. In that meeting, a follow-up of what he already gave me. So the information he's referring to is what he gave me. That didn't change, my lord, until such time when I obtained statements from Senzo Zungu, subsequently Makosonke, and then his name cropped up. That's when I went back to him and said, you were present at Basuchino Hostel. You didn't disclose this part. Out of that engagement, my lord, that's what led to this statement being made, and the reasons given to him that he was scared, and he gave me the reasons, my lord, as to what happened. Some of the reasons that have been read here, you know, his engagement with the reservation, why he was scared and how he was treated with the police. But at this stage, on the 13th of November, none of the information came from him in relation to this statement. It was insofar as the follow-up of his father, and then subsequently the meeting took place on the 17th of November, my lord.
Njengoba sengichazile ukuthi konke angitshela wona wangangitsheli ngabo bonke abasolwa. Wangathi ngahlangana naye uqala no Brigadier Perumal, and ulwazi anginika lona alizange lushintshe. Emva kwaloko ke ngaphinde ngayohlangana naye la ngitshela khona nguyise. Lapho ke wangitshela ukuthi ke futhi ke yini indaba engazange akuveze naloko okunye. Usengitshela ukuthi cha ukuthi nje wayethukile, lokho kungeke kwase kugcine sekuvela emva la esahlangana khona ngomhla ka-13 kuNovember. Akungekona ukuthi kulivela ulwazi olusha.
So in essence, my lord, the statement would have been taken from him if he gave a direct information implicating the accused. So as I said, it was a follow-up of the father, and on that date, the 13th of November, a follow-up meeting was arranged for the 17th of November, and indeed, it is him. What is paramount, my lord, in this whole thing is that it is Constable Zungu who came to the office of the National Commissioner on his own. So for me, there was interest for him to see justice done because he's the one who came. No one pushed him. He came on his own when I first met him. The second meeting, we met him with Brigadier Perumal. He was still cooperative. Third meeting where he brought the father, it is him who brought the father to the office of the National Commissioner. And then subsequently, when then his name came up and he was confronted, he then gave reasons. I had no reason to doubt him. And then he said, look, let me tell you the truth of what I recall. And then the statement was taken, my lord.
As far as ubhekisiseni okunye ukuthi constable wazizela ehhovisi lethu, and futhi ke ukuthi ila esahlangana khona naye kwathi emva kwaloko ke sesihlangana naye no Brigadier Perumal, nokwesithathu ke ila aletha khona uyise ukuthi eze lapha ehhovisi. Okwesiningi ila esamvezela khona ukuthi igama lakhe liyavela, umesho masimchazela ngaloko ila yafika sitshela khona ukuthi yebo uyavuma ukuthi kukhona olunye ulwazi abengaluvezanga ngoba wayesajisile.
Thank you, Brigadier. I just wanted to get clarity to say if Constable Zungu says I gave all the information at my disposal, but that information at his disposal at that stage did not include the information about accused number 5 being a suspect in this matter.
No, my lord. You see, that is why I said, you see, this is the danger now of trying to interpret someone's statement, because now it's Constable Zungu who said this, my lord. Nowhere in my meeting, my lord, did he even include accused number 3, not only 5, 3, 4, 5. It was at a later stage where he brought him in. I'm indicating the chain of events and what I understood up to the time when the father's statement was taken, my lord.
Umsolo wesihlanu akazange amveze umbuzo uthi yini uyabona yini ukuthi akazange amveze umsolo wesihlanu njengomsolwa. Wathi uZungu kwasitshela konke kodwa engamvezile umsolo wesithathu nowesihlanu. Lokho kwavela owasitshele khona kakhulu kana wasitshele ngoyise.
Besides telling you about the elders or his father and those senior relatives who can confirm the relationship with the suspects, did Constable Zungu tell you anything about Kwabini and Makosonke?
Manje wanitshela ngaphandle ukuthi antshele ngegama likaYesu owayezoveza ubudlelwane bakhe nalabasona. Wanitshela khona yena nitshela kona ngogwabini nomakhosi onke.
I don't recall, my lord. As I'm saying, my lord, the meeting was about the follow-up of his father. That was the topic. That was the purpose of the meeting. That was it. It wasn't about who did what, who was. It was simply the fact that he then said, I've managed to convince my father. We can then meet my father, and subsequent to that, the meeting was arranged. Brigadier Perumal, because it was the first time he met him, asked him some few questions in terms of the knowledge that he had, and I think that's what he's referring to. But it was a passage, a way through to his father.
Angikhumbuli ekusho lokho ngoba umhlangano wonke ngokuthi sizwe ukuthi uhambe wafika phi nokuthi athole ubaba wakhe nokuthi azameke ukutshela ubaba wakhe nokuthi akwazi umthola ukuthi eze la. Uyebo Brigadier Perumal wambiza eminye imibuzo, kodwa ke inhloso yokuthi abe lapha kwawukuthi sizwisise kakhulukazi ngoyise.
Do I also understand it correctly, Brigadier, to say in your meeting or in your engagement with Constable Zungu as per paragraph 15, which was the first time, and also on the 13th of November, which was the second time, Constable Zungu never mentioned suspect number 5, accused number 5 as the suspect on these two interviews or consultation or engagement?
Qiniso yena ukuthi kuhlanganene kwenu nomsola no Constable Zungu njengoba kuvela lapha ngoparagraph 15 futhi na umhla 13 kuNovember angazange asho lutho ngomsola wesihlanu.
My lord, the engagements were about the father, as I've indicated. The information he received from his father, and he was bringing that information to us, my lord.
Njengoba sengishilo umhlangano ofuna ukukhuluma noxoxa ngobaba wakhe and lokho.
Okay. Then let's move on to paragraph 17, Brigadier.
On the 18th November 2019, around 07:13, I walked to the spaza shop in my area at Tembisa. I noticed a silver brown Corolla parked a few meters away to the place of my residence. As I was passing by the vehicle, I saw these 3 occupants, whom one is known to me as Nkazimulo Ntuli, who is related to Muzi Sibiya and Nkani Sifokuhle Ntuli. I managed to see Nkazimulo because he was sitting at the back and the window where he was seated was open. I proceeded to the shop and bought a cigarette. When I walked back from the shop, as I was passing by the same vehicle, Nkazimulo extended his hand holding a firearm and pointed it towards my direction. The firearm was a pistol, black in color. I could see he was trying to aim and shoot at me, and I started to run away towards the direction of the shop and jumped into people's yard until I got home. I was not in possession of my service pistol. I went home and took my pistol. When I went out to confront them, the vehicle was no longer there.
Umhla 18 November 2019 isikhathi ko-7:13 kushuthi ekuseni ngahamba ngaya espaza esiseduze nala engihlala khona eThembisa. Ngase ngibona iCorolla engumbala osilver brown ipake eduze le ndawo la engangihlala kuyona. Ngithe ngidlula lapho emotweni ngabona abantu abathathu emotweni, ngabona ukuthi omunye wabo wayazi ngangimazi ukuthi kwakungazimulo Ntuli ohlobene noMuzi Sibiya nonkani Sifiso kuhle Ntuli. Ngakwazi nokubona nokuthi unkazimulo lona ngoba wayehleli ngemuva emotweni and futhi ke ifestel lakhe lalivuliwe. Ngase ngiyadlula ngesitolo ngathenga usekileti. Uma sengibuya esitolo sengidlula futhi kuleyo moto uNkazimulo walula isandla sakhe esesiphethe isibhamu esikhombeka imina. Isibhamu leso kwakuhlobo lwalezi ibhamu ezincane esimnyama umbala. Ngiyabona ukuthi wayezama ukuthi akhombe mina and futhi angidubule. Ngase ngiqala ngibalekela ngiya le ngasesitolo. Ngase ngeqa ingcingo ngene emajalidini abantu ngaze ngiyofika ekhaya. Ngangingenaso isibhamu sami somsebenzi ngaleso sikhathi. Ngaya ekhaya ngathatha isibhamu sami. Ngathi mase ngiphindele emuva ngithi ngiyobafuna ngathola ukuthi imoto ayisekho.
My question to you, Brigadier, is that did you ask Constable Zungu if he reported this matter to the police because he was being pointed out by the firearm by the person whom he was able to identify as Nkazimulo Ndlovu?
Wambuza yini warrant officer Zungu ukuthi wakubika yini lokho emaphoyiseni ngoba ekhonjwa isibhamu umuntu ayemazi ukuthi uNkazimulo.
My lord, so when this incident happened, he did phone me then on the 18th
Manje kuma kwenzeka lokho wangifonela ngomhla ka-18
to inform me of such, because it was just a day after he brought his father to our office for the obtaining of this father's statement.
Ezichazela ukuthi kwenzeni ngoba kwakusuku lelo ayilethe uyise emahhovisi ukuthi azokhulumisana naye.
And I asked him then, my lord, I advised him to go and open a case at the local police station since he knows the suspects, so that the matter can be investigated.
Ngase ngimtshela ukuthi ke akahambe emva ukuthi angitshela ngalokho ukuthi amtshela ukuthi akahambe ukubika emaphoyiseni ngoba uyamazi umsono.
Yes, that's how it went, my lord. And I said, should he have challenges or need further assistance, he can then advise me accordingly.
Futhi ngathi kuma engahlangabezana nezinkinga mayelana nalokho angabuyela kumina.
Do you know if the case, do you know if he eventually opened the case as per your advice?
Uyazi ukuthi wayelivula icala njengoba wamilulekile?
No, I don't know that, my lord.
Cha angikwazi lokho.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Brigadier. I'm done with that statement. And then let's move on to statement number A173. It's the statement of Mlungisi Edward Hlophe. Which was commissioned on the 7th of April 2015.
173.
173, yes. Maybe you can have a look at this. Kotsodan. No, just give it to the witness. I want him to see the statement.
Yes, I've got it in front of me, my lord.
Can you check your copy with that one?
Yes, I've got it. Let me just make sure.
Thank you.
Let me just make sure.
Please double check mine if it's the correct one as well, with your original copy.
Yes, it is the same.
Brigadier, I'm asking you about this question as the investigating officer. If you have knowledge, if you don't have knowledge of the questions I'm going to put you regarding this statement, you just say so. There is no harm.
Understood, my lord.
Do you see this statement? It was written by Mlungisi Edward Sope.
Yabona ukuthi lesi statement sabhala umlungisi Edward Hlophe.
Yes, my lord, I can
Yep.
see that.
Yebo ngiyakubona lo.
And it was, can you place on record the date when it was taken?
It was on 2015, 04, 07, so
Seven.
April,
Yes.
and then the time was 1930.
Yes.
Yebo lesi statement ngiyabonakala ukuthi sasethwa ngomhla 2015 04 shoot kwaku April ulanga ngomhla 7 ngo9:30 ntambama.
This witness, Brigadier, he has not yet testified, but if the state doesn't call him, he will be called by the defense to come and testify. Hence, I want you to comment on certain portions as the investigating officer.
I understand, my lord.
Ngicela ukuthi uphawule ngokuthize nanoma engakabizwa lo fakazi lona uma ukuthi ke istate asimbizi thina sombiza njengabameli babasolwa ukuthi azoletha ufakazi kodwa ngifuna ukuthi uphawule ngezinto ezimbalwa mayelana nalesi statement.
Is it correct that this statement was taken before you were appointed as the investigating officer when I look at the date?
Manje mase ngibuka le date le kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi lesi statement sathathwa wena ungakaqokwa njengozoba umphenyi kulelo cala?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani?
Did you come across with this statement in your dockets, in the dockets that you received regarding this case? At the time when you were appointed as the investigating officer?
Ngesikhathi ke uqoqa ukuthi uphenye lelo cala wahlangana yini nalesi statement ku docket oyiphethe?
Yes, my lord, it was part of the statements in the A section that were disclosed to me when I received the docket. But in addition, it also contained the one that was taken in my presence, which was alleged to be missing. So, but this, and I think there would have been two others, one or two, in addition to this one, also from the same person, Mr. Thorpe, basically indicating the same thing. So I did receive these statements with the dockets, my lord.
Yebo, ngasithola statement edocket thini lami kodwa ke futhi kukhona nezinye statement esingekuthiwa ke nje salahleka ngokhona istatement ezinye azenza khuluma into yona la ikhuluma kulesi statement uhlobo.
You say there are two more statements that this witness, the same witness made.
Uthi une statement ezinye imbili ezenziwa yilo fakazi.
Yes, I'm saying in my recollection, my lord, one of them, my lord, is the one that was alleged that it was not filed and it was taken by me. And I think we dealt with it, that it was taken by Warrant Officer Mabuti, and then it's attached. But it's saying more or less the same thing, my lord.
Yebo kukhona njengoba sengisho ngishilo ukuthi khona le statement esathathwa yimina ekuthiwa this statement lesi sanyamalala kodwa i statement sabhala uProfessor Mavuti.
Captain Mabuti, actually.
Captain Mabuti kodwa ke wayekhuluma ngazo lezi zinto ezikhona kulesi statement.
Can you check for me that statement during lunchtime break so that we can finish with this one now? Then we'll check the second one during lunchtime.
Okay, my lord.
Okay. This first statement, can you skip paragraph 1? Can we just name the paragraphs so that we won't confuse the record? The first paragraph, which says, I am an adult male, will be paragraph 1.
Okay.
The second paragraph, which starts with, on 2014-10, I can, that will be paragraph 2.
Okay.
The third paragraph, Tumelo Madlala told me, will be paragraph 3. And the next statement, beginning with I ask him, will be paragraph 4. Then I know and understand it's paragraph 5. Okay. Can we skip the information contained in paragraph 1 because it refers to the particulars of this witness?
Yes.
And just go straight to paragraph 2, 3 and 4.
So should I read it?
Please,
Should I read it to the
please,
record?
Brigadier.
In 2014-10, I cannot remember the date, but it's between the 27th and 28th after the death of Senzo Meyiwa. I contacted Tumelo Madlala using one of my cell phone mentioned above. I wanted to know from him what happened at the crime scene because we were receiving different information. So I wanted to know from him what happened. I was concerned about the incident because I am married to Senzo Meyiwa's sister, Noktula, so I am part of the family. Tumelo Madlala told me that Zandi had a fight with his boyfriend and Senzo tried to separate them and accidentally shot went off. I suppose they wanted to say accidentally the shot went off and Senzo got shot and died. I asked him who is Zandi. He then told me that Zandi is Kelly's sister. I was surprised to hear that on the media. Tumelo said there was a robbery. That is all I want to state. Then is the oath, my lord, and it was commissioned by Captain Mtetwa on 2015-04-07, 1930, the time.
Uthi-ke lana uqala kuparagraph yesibili ngo-2014 ngo-October angisakhumbuli usuku kodwa kwakuphakathi kamhla ka-27 nomhla ka-28 emva kokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa. Ngase ngithintana noTumelo Madlala ngisebenzisa enye yezinombolo lezi sengikhulume ngazo ngaphambilini. Ngangifisa ukwazi kuyena ukuthi kwenzekani endaweni yobugebengu ngoba ngangizwe izinto ezehlukayo. So ngathi-ke ngifuna ukwazi kuyena kuphuma kuyena ukuthi kwenzekani ngoba khona okwakungithinta ngokuthi kwenzekani ngalolo suku ngoba ngishade nodadewabo Senzo Meyiwa uNokuthula. Ngase-ke ngoba mina ngiyilungu lomndeni wakwaMeyiwa. uTumelo Madlala wasengitshela ukuthi uZandi wayeqabana ne-boyfriend yakhe and futhi uSenzo wazama ukubehlukanisa and-ke ngeshwa-ke kwadubuleka lapho and uSenzo kwasedutshulwa and waseyashona. Asengimbuza futhi ukuthi ubani uZandi, wasengitshela ukuthi uZandi udadewabo woKheli and mina ngamangala ukuzwa lokho ngoba ubekhuluma namaphephandaba nemedia. uTumelo wathi kwakukhona-ke ubugebengu obenzeka ekhaya la kwaKhumalo. Ikona konke engikwazi engifisa ukusho.
In your investigation, Brigadier, did you have any encounter with this witness, Mlungisi Edward Sope? Whether it's a meeting or whether it's a formal or informal meeting regarding this statement?
Ngisaqhubeka nophenyo lwakho akwahlangana nomlingisi Edward Sope.
And the information contained there too.
And futhi nanolwazi olula kulesi statement.
So my lord, the answer is yes, but perhaps let's start from here, my lord.
Okay.
The investigating team that was dealing with this matter, my lord, they found no basis back in 2015. So I'll start there and then move to my engagement with Mr. Sope.
Where is that? Where is that they found no basis?
You'll find in the diary, my lord, because it was investigated. Remember, it was before my time.
Okay, can I see that diary?
Well, I'll look for it, and then I'll refer you to it. But it was followed up, my lord, in short. That's what I'm saying.
Well, mangathi ngafisha nje yebo kwalandela.
Then secondly, my lord, fast tracking to 2015, 2016, this is where now I referred and I testify about this, that I was sent by General Nkomo and then the acting National Commissioner, General Patlane, to go and inform the family that they will be coming to them and give them updates insofar as the progress of the case at the time, but also to assist with whatever that we can do. Now, in that meeting with the family, because I was not the investigating officer, my lord, I did not have this docket, and I did not know that this statement that we just read now was in the docket, as I was not the IO, my lord. So the family brought it to attention when I went. I think there were about 9 members of the subs.
Sorry,
But
when was that?
that was in 2016, my lord. We dealt with that aspect, I think, through...
Don't forget about dealing it before. Just tell me when was
Yeah,
that?
but what I'm saying is, my lord, I'm repeating what I've said before, because I placed the statement of Captain Mabuti to say, I think Mr. Ramsipele took me through when we went there, what were the circumstances. I dealt with it. So what I'm saying is, it is here. I'll also find it. It indicates, my statement is there. I was even asked, my lord, as to why did I make the statement, and I said the DPP felt that because there were these allegations that there's a statement by Mr. Thope which was seemingly a breakthrough on the case, which was not filed by me, which was not true, we should then address that issue. Subsequent to that, my lord, then I had to make a statement. I dealt with that part. So I'm just going back to say I dealt with it under that context. So when we then went to the Meyiwa's family, my lord, this information from the family side was brought to attention to say, we don't understand why there's difficulty in solving this case, because our son-in-law, this is now Mr. Thope, received this information from Mr. Madlala that there were no intruders, the deceased was shot by mistake. We then asked to meet Mr. Thope, and that is how now I came face to face with him. Not me alone, me with my colleagues. And then Captain Mabuti, in my presence, my lord, then obtained his statement, saying more or less the same things that have been said here. And I said, when that was followed up under tremendous difficulty, I even indicated, my lord, previously, I was testifying here, I think under Mr. Ramsipele, that I had to go through Brigadier Modise, who was the investigating officer, because the witness then, Mr. Madlala, was refusing to talk to me, saying, no, we don't know you, who are you? So we had to ask the Brigadier to allow us to convince him to talk to us in trying to establish this aspect. And eventually when he spoke to us, he refuted that aspect. And I moved further, my lord, and said, when then we have taken over this matter now, when I was identified, or rather given this matter to investigate as a lead investigating office, I also confronted him again on this aspect, and he refuted this aspect and said he never said it to Mr. Thope. So that's the context that I dealt with this statement, my lord.
Thina-ke ngumhla bengazi ukuthi kukhona lokhu kule document nanoma engangewu ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ngangakabi u-IO ngakusho ngangayobi umphenyi ngoba ngangithunyiwe ngaleso sikhathi ngithunye uGeneral Phehla ukuthi ngiye lapha emndenini ngiyobachazela ukuthi kuqhubekani ngaleli cala futhi ke ngaleso sikhathi lesi statement esingangakazi ukuthi si une statement esinjena nokuthi siqhubeka ngani ngoba ngangingekabi ngangaqoka njengomphenyi waleli cala kodwa lokho sakhuluma kabanzi ngesikhathi kukhulunywa nobaba uRamsipele ukuthi ngaya emndenini wakaMeyiwa la bafuna bangibuza ukuthi kanti yini kubonakala ukuthi akhona uthuko ekuphenyeni leli cala ngoba umkhwenyana wabo uyachaza ukuthi uMeyiwa wadutshulwa ngephutha kodwa ke lapho engagcina ngihambisambile sayo khuluma naye ulona ubabuhlophe leso statement ke sathathwa umavote wathi Mabute wathatha leso statement kodwa ke mase ngithi ngizama ukuyokhuluma naye lona uhlophe lona ngathola ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi ubrigadier owayephendele icala ubrigadier Modise so saphoqela ukuthi sizomcela ubrigadier Modise ukuthi akube uyena omcelayo ukuthi akhulumisane naye ngoba wayenokusola engathandisisi ukuthi akhulume nathi kodwa ke wathi mesemcela kwayima evuma ukuthi azokhulumisana nathi.
So, my lord, the statement of Captain Mabut in relation to this explanation I'm giving, which I said we dealt with the other time, is marked A127. That is a statement in relation to the engagement with Mr. Edward Thorpe, in 2016. And my affidavit regarding the same circumstances that I'm explaining, it's A128 in the docket.
A what?
A128.
Okay. When you confronted Mr. Mlungisi Edward Thorpe regarding this statement, what did he say? Did he confirm? Did he deny? Did he change the statement? What was the position?
Manje uma nizokhulumisana noMlungisi Edward Thorpe mayelana nesistatement wathini ngaswasivuma wasala noma khona izinto ayefisa ukuthi zishintshe kusona.
No, my lord, I don't think we understand each other with consent. I did not confront Mr. Thorpe with any statement. When I was sent by the divisional commissioner at the time, this matter was not seized with me. I was not aware of the statement that was made to Captain Mtetwa in 2015. It was already in the docket, but I was not aware of it because I was not in possession of the docket. When I got to the Meyiwa's family, they then brought the information to us to say, yes, we understand the divisional commission and the national commission will come and visit us and give us an update. But here's a piece of information that we have that can assist in solving the case, and we don't understand why this case is not solved. Out of that information, my lord, the name of Mr. Thorpe gets mentioned as the one who spoke with Mr. Madlala. We followed that. I did not have this statement. I had no docket. So we followed that. This is the part when I said, you don't dismiss things, my lord, you investigate. So that exercise was to investigate the allegation that the family was saying. And indeed, we get to Mr. Thorpe. He confirms to us to say, yes, I received a call from Mr. Madlala who says the deceased was shot by mistake. My colleague, Captain Mabuti, then takes a statement from him to that effect, which I said, my lord, was never misplaced. It's in the docket. But when eventually we got to Mr. Madlala, because he says he heard it from Mr. Madlala, it's a hearsay. He was not there. Mr. Madlala refused it. He refuted it and said he never told him that. And I'm saying that was the first part where he refuted it. Then fast-tracking to the period when I took over the investigation as the IO. When I engaged Mr. Madlala, I confronted him again and he refuted that that was not true, what was said, my lord.
I think samukhaza na ukuthi ngesikhathi ngithatha leli cala ngizolibheka uCaptain Mtetwa azange ngichazele ukuthi khona istatement esinje kodwa kuma sengiya lapha emndenini wakwaMeyiwa ila kwavela khona leli gama leli ngoba ila engathola khona ukuthi lona ukuthiwa umkhwenyana wale family wayebatshele lesi statement lebachaza ukuthi cha wadutshulwa ngephutha and futhi ke yila engaphinde ngathola khona ukuthi kuvela leli gama leli likaHlophe kodwa ke lapho ke ilapho mase siyokhulumisana nalo Hlophe la kwathathwa khona lesi statement isithathwa uMavuti.
So for my understanding in the explanation that you have just given, when you followed up the information with Mr. Hlophe, he did confirm this information. It's only that when you approached Tumelo Madlala, Tumelo denied that information. Am I understanding you correctly?
Sisakahle inomuthi umukhuluma noHlophe wasivuma lesi statement kodwa uthi musiyobuza uTumelo Madlala yena wakuphika.
Partly correct, my lord, in that yes, Mr. Thorpe indicated that he received such information from Mr. Madlala, but I was not confronting him with a statement. I did not have a statement.
Okay.
I was confronting him with the information I received from the Meyiwa's family, that he is in possession of this of this information. When we met him, he then disposed an affidavit indicating what is contained in this statement, which was then refuted by Mr. Madlala.
No, thina sathi uma siya uHlophe uHlophe iloku okula statement esakuthola kuyena kodwa ke kwangakabi na statement ngaleso sikhathi thina ke sasikhuluma na ngakho noHlophe iloku esasikuthola emndenini lokho okwakuthiwa ke bakuthola ngumkhwenyana nomndeni.
Thank you, my lord. Can I ask that we take a long adjournment at this stage?
Maloi, did Mr. Madala testify?
Yes, he has testified.
And he was never confronted by either Mr. Mgumezulu, Mr. Mramasipidi, Mr. Mnisi, Mr. Momalo.
I did.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Even, please.
I did, my lord.
My lord, I remember vividly. In fact, this point
What did he say, Madala?
was first raised by me. He said he called him by some name. He said Umdala because he's older to me. Maybe he made a mistake. I did not say that to him on this aspect.
No, but did he deny that?
Yes, he denied it.
In other
Yes.
words, did he say Mr. Trope is not telling the truth? I never said that to him.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
I remember I confronted him
Is
on
that
that
the
aspect.
evidence we have?
Yes, that's CGP evidence.
Okay, fine.
But he was confronted with a statement that was proposed in the other document.
Okay, the 375
Oh, the
docket,
other document.
not this particular
Not
statement.
this one.
Yes, yes.
That's why I'm confusing things. So you're confronting him with the 375, Mr.
Yes,
Damsipid.
and that statement also had issues because it was not
Sir, you were confronting
conditioned.
him
Yes,
with the 375.
37501 of
You
2019.
didn't confront him with the 675.
The 636.
636.
There are several 636s, my lord.
No,
I'm
no,
not
the
sure.
one we are dealing with now.
I don't know this A number, my lord, but I did confront him with
Mr.
it.
Mnisi, you confronted him with which docket?
I'm not so sure about the content, but contextually about the information that came from Mr. Tok, which
Okay, fine.
is the aspect of
Mr.
the evidence now, I think.
Mr. Ngumalo, which statement, which docket did you confront him with?
About this statement, my lord?
Yeah, was it 3636?
Yes, my lord.
636?
Yes.
Is it 636 which one he was confronted with? Mr.
We can verify that with the from the record, but my recollection is that it was 375,
Yeah, that's what
not
I
this
think.
particular statement.
Yeah, I would have remembered. You must check it. Because it surprises me that you were not there. Sure.
No. With 375 investigation, I was not there.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It just strikes me that he was confronted with 375, the other docket, which is not an issue here. Okay, so I see you're laughing. When should we come back?
At 2 o'clock, my lord.
2 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
evidence?
Yeah, for instance, it's okay to say a witness was fighting who. Is he aware of the fact that Senzo was shot from here and the bullet hit wherever? Sometimes you call a witness fine, but is he aware that this guy, how he died?
My Lord, I
No, it's okay, I'm just saying.
I will ask the permission from the state to consult with him before he is called.
Because, really,
Yes.
unless he wants to say Steenkamp is wrong, the pathologist with 40 years experience, when he tells us that...
No, my Lord, he will be asked specifically with reference to paragraph 3, where he says...
No, fine.
Where he says Tumelo Madlala told him that Zandi had a fight with his boyfriend and Senzo tried to separate them and accidentally shot went off and Senzo got shot and died. It's in respect of that paragraph,
Okay.
my Lord.
No,
Yes.
fine.
Yes. Brigadier, can we proceed whilst they are making copies for us? You testified that there is a second statement that was taken in your presence from Mr. Shope.
That is correct.
Chair, for my notice statement, there's not here.
Okay. And the gist of my question was that when you confronted him, did he confirm the same what he has said to the first statement, which has just been marked Exhibit ZZ8, or he changed?
No, he didn't change, my Lord. In essence, he confirms that.
Which I was analysis statement assessing
Okay. Do you confirm the date in which that statement was taken?
that been said is I know which the statement started from Alite Paluela.
Yes, 27 October 2016, my Lord.
Yeah, we'll go on 27 October 2016.
And who obtained that statement?
It's Captain Mabuti.
But I started to talk to Captain Mabuti.
Were you also present?
Yes, I was present, my
But
Lord.
yeah, when I'm going to corner.
Were you also present when Mr. Shope signed that statement?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was present, my Lord.
Yeah, when I'm going to corner.
Okay. Thank you. Can you also do the same? Just skip paragraph 1. We'll read 2 and 3. Then you skip paragraph 4. And then proceed from paragraph 5.
So, which paragraph should I read into record? Paragraph 3. Should I go to paragraph 3?
Paragraph 3, yes. But skip paragraph 4.
Okay, paragraph 3 says, he then told me that when Senzo Meyiwa was killed, he died by mistake as he was...
Sorry, can you start from paragraph 2?
Paragraph 2 reads as follows, my Lord. I want to state that Tumelo Madlala, who is Senzo Meyiwa's friend, he had a confession with me through telephone. He then told me that when Senzo Meyiwa was killed, he died by mistake as he was intervening the fight between Zandi and her boyfriend, and he was shot by mistake. That's paragraph 3, my Lord.
Thank you.
Should I go to 5 now?
5, yes. Skip paragraph 4.
That Senzo Meyiwa further told me that there is a huge money that was paid into Tumelo's account, and even Tumelo's friends, they are telling us that Tumelo is getting money from somebody. That's paragraph 5, my Lord.
Okay. Then paragraph 6.
As the family of Senzo Meyiwa, we suspect that Tumelo Madlala have been funded by somebody who was involved in the shooting of Senzo Meyiwa, but he was only working on temporary basis. And I want the police to check Tumelo's account just after the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. That's the end of paragraph 6, my Lord.
Paragraph 7.
I then gave all my cell phone numbers to the police to check my talks with Tumelo and other people. We don't trust Tumelo because he was the one who was supposed to give the family full information and not to say Senzo Meyiwa was killed by 2 criminals. And we don't take his story. We don't take his story. Paragraph 8, I want to state that the family does not trust the Kumalo's family as they did not tell the truth about the death of Senzo Meyiwa. And that's the end of it, my lord. Paragraph 9 is basically the oath.
Wasengitshela ukuthi wathi uSenzo Meyiwa ebulawa wafa ngephutha ngoba wayezama ukulamula impi eyayiphakathi kukaZandi owayezona naye and yena ke wayesedubuleka ngephutha. Emva kwalokho uSifiso Meyiwa wasengitshela ukuthi kukhona imali eningi eyakhokhelwa ikhokha kwi-account kaTumelo, and futhi ke abangani bakaTumelo basitshela ukuthi uTumela thola imali leningi evela kumuntu othize. Si umndeni kaSenzo Meyiwa sithina siyasola ukuthi uTumelo Madlala uthola imali kumuntu othize owayebandakanyeka ekudubuleni kaSenzo Meyiwa, kodwa yena wayesebenza nje okwesikhashana. And futhi ke ngifuna amaphoyisa ukuthi ahlole i-account kaTumelo emva ukuthi kwenzekani kuyona emva kokubulawa kaSenzo. Ngase ke nginika amaphoyisa inombolo zomakhalekhukhwini bami ukuthi bahlole ukuthi ngakhuluma yini noTumelo nabanye abantu. Asifuni ukwethemba uTumelo ngoba uyena owayefanele ukuthi anike umndeni ulwazi lonke oluphelele, and angasho ukuthi uSenzo Meyiwa wadutshulwa abantu ababili abayizelelisi. And futhi ke asifuni ukwamukela ke leso story noma lolo daba lolo.
Colonel, I see there is reference to Sifiso Meyiwa in that statement. Did you see that paragraph?
Ubonile yini ukuthi khona la kuvela khona igama likaSifiso Meyiwa kuleyo paragraph?
Yes, I've seen that, my lord.
Yebo ngikubonile lokho.
Did you obtain the statement from Sifiso Meyiwa
Wasithola istatement esivela kuSifiso Meyiwa
regarding what is said in that paragraph?
naloko akusho kuleyo paragraph?
No, my lord. Sifiso Meyiwa's statement was already obtained. It was already in the docket. As I said, when I took this one, I was not aware, but subsequently, the statement is in the docket. I just don't know the index number, but there is already a statement contained in the docket 636.
Yebo sikhona istatement esivela kuSifiso Meyiwa, ngiyazi inombolo yaso kodwa sikhona impela certificate esivela istatement esivela kuSifiso Meyiwa. Wasasithathwa lesi singakenzi.
Thank you. We have already confirmed that the content referred to in paragraph 3 of Exhibit ZZA is confirmed in that statement also.
Futhi ke uyaqinisekisa ukuthi le paragraph lena eku-3 yaqinisekisa lokhu kubhalwe kulesi statement.
Yes, there is similarities, my lord.
Yebo khona ukufanana.
Thank you, my lord. Can I also ask that this statement be also provisionally be admitted to court as an exhibit? If the state does not call the witness, the defense will call him. ZZ in bracket 9.
In brackets 9.
Sorry, my lord, while this court is going through the statement, I'm told the media is requesting time to adjust the light, as apparently it's making Advocate Msholon uncomfortable. If they can adjust it now.
Brigadier, you also referred to the investigation diary where the previous team had made a certain entry. You remember we touched on that evidence.
Yes, I said that's my recollection, my lord, but we'll have also to double check this, the A section, if perhaps they did not even make a statement as well to that effect. So I'll have to check the A section as well as the investigation diary.
Even if there is no statement, the entry, that relevant entry would be sufficient.
We'll do. We'll look at it, my lord. But also, my lord, one needs to also to say this, that other than the fact that when I confronted Mr. Madala on this, he refuted what is contained here, and I'm referring to me now, not the previous investigators. It is prudent, my lord, to take note that the evidence in this docket indicates that there were intruders. So that is based on the facts that were obtained when this incident happened. There's direct witnesses who were inside the house. There's neighbors who saw intruders before and after the incident and running away from the house. There is a foreign DNA, and we dealt with it, my lord, of the markers or the regions, as much as it's not conclusive, but it is also not exclusive. I dealt with this part, and that DNA links some of the accused, which correlates with exhibit HH and JJ in terms of who went into that house. And for me, my lord, issues of DNA are objective evidence. It's not someone where he says, she said, or he said, he said. You rely on those objective factors that indicate indeed that there were intruders. So as much as what is being said by Mr. Klope, because that is the purpose of investigation, you can't sugarcoat or select what you want. That's what he says. But the evidence on the docket contradicts that. There were intruders, and unfortunately the evidence that was there back in 2014 then linked the accused that are before court as being the perpetrators of this offense, my lord.
Yebo, sizomhlola section A section. Kodwa ke sifanele singakhohlwa phela ukuthi sifanele sibheke le ndawo ukuthi uMadlala yena wakuphika lokukushola ngoba i-document yasho ukuthi kwakukhona abantu ababehlasele la kungena kuphela osho njalo, kodwa ke lokhu kusekelwa yilaba abantu ababekhona lapha endlini ukuthi yebo babekhona abantu abafike bahlasela. Abantu omakhelwane nabo bayasho ukuthi babekhona abantu abahlasela ngoba bababona noma sebebaleka. Futhi ke kukhona ne-DNA ulibofuzo oluchazayo nalo olukwaziyo ukuthi lusinike esinye isiqiniseko libofuzo phela into engaphikiseki futhi ke konke lokhu kuyavumelana naloku lwazi olukhona lapha edokethini manje nokuthi babe khona abantu abahlasele.
And when I say unfortunately, my lord, I'm saying unfortunately in the sense that Mr. Thorpe seems to be pointing to the people who are inside the house as the perpetrators, and I'm saying unfortunately the evidence points other way around. You know what we have and what was collected, and in terms of the linkages and what was collected, including the supporting statements that were obtained, points to this accused, contrary to what he says in these statements, my lord.
Futhi ke ngifuna ukusho ukuthi uhlophe yena ukhomba abantu ababekhona lapha endlini, kodwa ke ngithi mina ke ngeshwa ke bonke obuyifazi esibutholayo bukhomba i-statement zonke ubufakazi esibutholile nabanye abantu bakhomba ukuthi babekhona impela abantu ababehlasela.
Yes, my lord.
I just want to point out that even though in terms of the Hearsay Act, one can provisionally hand up a statement on provision that that witness is called, but we submit, my lord, that a statement that contains not only double hearsay evidence but triple hearsay evidence, my lord, should be inadmissible. If one looks at what is stated in paragraph 4, for instance, it's triple hearsay evidence, and unless if those witnesses are also going to be called. Yes.
My lord, I would ask that the statement be provisionally accepted until those witnesses are called, madam.
Which statement? It talks about, that's why the colleague here says it's triple hearsay, but you are making provision for double hearsay.
My
That's
lord,
what
is
Mr.
that
Barrow
exhibit
is saying.
Exhibit ZZ8?
Exhibit XX9, ZZ9, paragraph 4.
ZZ9.
Sorry, paragraph 4.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, just read it so that we all know what you're saying.
Well, Apimalin
No, read it.
can read it.
Read it, Minier.
Okay. It is as follows. After some time, Senzo Meyiwa, the brother of Senzo Meyiwa, confronted me, and he informed me that the chairman of Orlando Pirates, Mr. Koza, told him. So in other words, it's now the hearsay from Senzo Meyiwa, who heard from the chairperson of Orlando Pirates, Mr. Koza, that he told him that what they heard on television was not the truth, and the truth is that Senzo Meyiwa was shot at the house by mistake and not by the criminals. My lord, we've intimated at some point that we are in possession of the chairperson of Orlando Pirates affidavit, and yeah, all these allegations are being refuted.
Okay, but you still insist that
Yes,
the provisional admission
yes
must relate to all the hearsay. Alleged hearsay.
Indeed, my lord. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, my lord. The defense will be calling, if the state does not call, Senzo Meyiwa, the brother of Senzo Meyiwa, who is bringing the information that is contained here.
Yeah, okay.
No, the source of, according to this affidavit, the source of the information is one person. Even if they call Senzo, it will still be hearsay. The only person, my lord, if they give an undertaking that they intend to call Dr. Koza, that will be a different consideration altogether, my lord.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my lord. No, my lord, we will bring in the necessary application to call those witnesses.
Yeah, and what about Dr. Koza, as they say?
My lord, that one will be considered after Senzo Meyiwa has testified. Because I have not even consulted with Senzo Meyiwa, my lord. Then if it comes to at the end that the hearsay has not been proved, my lord, I will ask that a portion of evidence be expunged, my lord.
What is Senzo going to say? Maybe we don't understand the hearsay rule. What is Senzo going to say?
My lord, this paragraph, the court will recall that I had skipped this paragraph because my purpose of my cross-examination was not in respect of this paragraph. But now that I find it contained in this statement, I will now have to deal with the content of this paragraph 4 by consulting with both, if the state allows me, both Mr. Ndlovu and Mr. Meyiwa, and Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, and also Mr. Kosa, who is referred to here. And then I can call them after consultation, my lord. Because it may find that it's irrelevant. It does not take my case where I wanted to prove, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, they say you selectively consult.
My lord, this witness cannot be of assistance as far as this hearsay evidence is concerned. There'll be no harm in excluding the statement for now, and these witnesses can be called and they can give viva voce evidence in court. There's no point in handing up this affidavit.
So ZZ9 shouldn't be handed up?
Yes, that is a point that we're trying to make.
What are you saying?
My lord, I object to that. ZZ9 should be provisionally accepted because, my lord, it's the second statement that was made by the same person, Mr. Ndlovu, and the witness has just confirmed, my lord, that he was present when the statement was taken, and that Mr. Ndlovu, when he was confronted with the first statement, this is the information that he gave.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, my lord. Brigadier, I will ask to pause here regarding that entry that you're going to double check it for me if we can able to locate it. If we cannot be found, it's okay. We'll then close this portion of evidence tomorrow morning.
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. My lord, in the morning.
Sorry, if I can be sorry to interrupt you. The defense wants the witness to consult the C portion of the docket, the diary. The defense, in terms of the Shabalala decision, is not entitled to the information in the diary. We therefore submit, my lord, that request is incompetent. It cannot be made.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My lord, I'm also aware of the decision of that case, but my lord, I submit that when I put question to the witness is the one who made a reference to that entry, my lord, and I'm not asking for the full disclosure of whether it's B clip or C clip, but just that entry wherein he referred.
Yeah, but the state is objecting to that.
My lord, I'm asking, my lord, I'm saying the objection should be overruled, my lord.
I can overrule it. It's a constitutional court judgment.
Yes, it's a constitutional
State
judgment.
versus Chabalala.
But I submit, my lord, that the evidence is relevant at this point in time.
But I can't overrule it.
Because the witness has made reference.
I can't overrule it.
As the court pleases, my lord.
The law. It's not me. It's some 11 wise men in Bramfontein.
As the court pleases.
Who say that? Okay. Yes, let's continue.
Brigadier, you had made reference to the entry wherein the previous investigating officer ruled the information given by Edward Ndlovu, saying that Dumelo Madlala told Mlungisi Zwane Hlope that Zandile had a fight with his boyfriend and Senzo tried to separate him and accidentally shot went off and Senzo got shot and died. You said, Brigadier, this information, this part of evidence was dismissed by the previous investigating team. Did I get you correctly?
ngikuzwe kahle yini umuthi ke lapho uEdward Hlophe ekhuluma ngomlungisi Hlophe ukuthi kwakukhona ke ukuhelezisana noma ukudonsisana phakathi kuka dadwabu lo wakakhumalo udadwabu Kelly ne boyfriend yakhe uthe lokho ke kwaqhi.
My Lord, my recollection is that I've said these assertions were followed up by the previous investigators and they found no basis. I think that's the term that I used. Then I said subsequently, my turn when it came, it was also refuted by Mr. Madlala. When I was asked insofar as where would it be, I don't think I was asked, I just said it in one sentence, my Lord, to say, no, I was asked by Advocate Msholo to say, where is it? Where was it followed up? And I said, my recollection, it may be in the C-section where the follow-up of this statement, because this statement, my Lord, the first statement was taken in 2015. So the initial investigators, my Lord, followed the investigation. And I said, my recollection, they found no basis. And I was asked where. And I said, my recollection could be in the C-section. And I said, now, recently, perhaps even in the A-section, but one will have to look, because I'm vivid. What I can confirm is that when it was my turn and I took over the investigation, in actual fact, before even I took over the investigation, my Lord, back in 2016, after obtaining this statement, we followed it up immediately. I didn't waste time because we were in KZN and Mr. Madlala was also residing in KZN. So we got the statement. Then I said, let's follow the statement up with an intention of getting a collaboration. And this is where I indicated that there was some difficulty because we were not known at the time. Through the intervention of the late Brigadier Mudise, who then spoke to Mr. Madlala to allow him to speak to us, he refuted it back then. Fast-tracking to us taking over the case, my Lord, I confronted him again and he refuted that he ever said something like this, my Lord.
Ngichaza ukuthi lokhu uMadlala wakuphikisa ngoba kwathi mangithola lolwazi lolo ngalulandela ngafuna ukubona ukuthi luyiqiniso yini and lokhu kuyavela lapha ku 6 section ngoba statement sokuqala sasithola ngo2015 kodwa ke laba benza uphenyo lokuqala basichitha lesi statement nathi mase sifika sisibheka lesi statement sathi masithi siyahlola sathola ukuthi no nathi siyasichitha lesi statement and futhi ke uma ke silandelela zonke istatement ezazilandela savele sabona ukuthi asikwazi ukulamukela ulwazi.
Who were those previous IOs?
It's Captain Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa. He's the one that took the statement, the first statement, my Lord, that was taken in 2015. It's Captain Mtetwa. She's a Lieutenant Colonel now.
Is he still alive?
Colonel Mtetwa, yes, she's still alive.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa futhi ke lo Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa uyena usaphila.
And who else?
Banomunye.
Well, it's Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa. Then fast-tracking to 2016, I spoke to Brigadier Mudise. He's deceased, unfortunately.
And ngo-2016 sakhuluma no Brigadier Mudise ngeshwa ke akasekho emhlabeni.
But my Lord, one needs, if I may say, sorry, Advocate Mshalola, I don't mean to take your space, but I'm saying, my Lord, one needs to, you cannot divorce yourself from the facts of this case. When such assertions are said, you really need to look at what the docket contains. So you can't look at this as just a golden truth without supporting evidence. Yes, follow this up as I did, and that is why I said when such information comes, you need to investigate so that you take the collaboration, whatever that you need to follow, but then you need to come to the reality of the docket as to what does the docket say. Does indeed the docket or the evidence that you have supports the fact that there were no intruders, that this incident could have happened because of the infighting. And there is no such evidence, my Lord. Even at the beginning when one was not having these 5 accused in sight, what was very clear is that they were intruders. based on the evidence that was contained in the docket. What was needed was to match the intruders to the evidence that was contained in the docket. So there was never, at any stage from the time this offense was committed, where there was an unclear situation as to whether they were intruders or not. The docket from day one indicated that they were intruders. It is the accused before court that were not matched into that evidence, my lord, at the time.
Uma ubheka okubekiwe phambi kwenkantolo ufanele awukwazi ukuthi uzehlukanise kulokhu okubekwe nolwazi olubekwe kwi-docket. Ufanele ubheke ukuthi bukhona yini ubufakazi obuxhasa lo bufakazi obutholile. Ufanele ucheck na ku document ngoba ukwazi ukuthi ungayibheki document ukuthi yona misiphelele yonke ikhuluma ngokuthini. Kodwa ke esikubonayo lana okuvele kucace kalula ukuthi babekhona abantu ababehlasela. Abukho kwakungekho ukungabaza nakancane ukuthi impela abantu kulolu lwazi salithola awukho ukungabaza ukuthi impela bakhona abantu ababehlasela.
Thank you, Brigadier. My lord, I would like to apologize. I left one question in the morning when I was dealing with the evidence of Constable Zungu. Can I just go back, my lord, just to close one question in Exhibit U? Brigadier?
Yes, advocate.
Exhibit U is the statement of Absalom. I just missed few questions when I was asking you about the evidence of Constable Zungu in the morning. My apologies of taking you back. Statement of Absalom is A126.
Yes, I've got it, my lord. No, I have it.
I'm not intending to go through each and every statement, Brigadier, but if there's a need for us to do that, we'll just go to paragraph 2, 3, and 4. But my main question is that in this statement of Absalom Zungu, there is nowhere wherein he refers to accused number 5 as the suspect.
No, my lord.
Okay, la kulesi statement sika Absalom Zungu akukho la eveza khona igama likaMsolwa wesihlanu njengomunye abasolekayo.
So when I say no, my lord, I mean yes. It doesn't mention him as a suspect. I'm considering to that.
Uchaza ukuthi yebo akukho la eveza khona leli gama.
Okay. Thank you, my lord. That's the end of my cross-examination for the day, my lord. May I ask that we adjourn until tomorrow?
Where's Mr. Valoi? Is Mr. Gomezulu, when is he starting?
Well, he said he'll start after Advocate Mshololo. I suppose that can only be when we resume in the first term next year.
First term next year?
Yes.
Why?
Well, we left with about 4 days, my lord, before. In fact, the term ended on Friday, but we requested to sit an extra week just to catch up. And I foresee that Advocate Mshololo will still be busy for another day or so. And I think it's unlikely that Mr. Mgomezulu will be ready to commence with his cross-examination. Well, we haven't had anything from him, quite honestly. I don't know if my colleagues have perhaps had anything from him.
Yes, Mr. Ramsepidi, where's your colleague?
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, I make it a point that every Monday morning I check up on Mr. Mgomezulu. Unfortunately, this morning I couldn't get hold of him, so I can't tell the current news, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi?
My lord, I think we are simply avoiding to inundate him with calls, so we leave it to one or two colleagues of us to call him.
Mr. Nomalo?
My lord, I tried to call him last week. His phone was off. I wanted to make a follow-up. Thank you.
Mr. Mshololo?
Sorry, Mr. I'll make a follow-up this afternoon, my lord. I'll phone him. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
No, my lord, I've never made any follow-ups. I've never conducted anything.
I've got sources which say he was here today.
That's a lie, my lord. In this court,
If it's the JP who says that, you still say it's a lie.
it's inaccurate if you say.
Ashley, just stand up. Just take the oath there. Just take the oath because they say somebody's lying. Hey. You know, when did you see this gentleman? Yes? You don't want to testify to that, but you saw him. Okay, fine. Somebody saw him today in the precinct.
It's fine, my lord. Just close it like this.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Maybe the brigadier could have better information. Your sources, you don't have sources.
I do, my lord. I do. But I think it will cost a little bit of uncomfortability with the defense. So I'm fine the way things are, my lord. So I'd rather not go there.
Okay, let's come back tomorrow then.